We're all good. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. So I think last time played a dozen or so games in Series 13 and ended up basically where we started. But going to try and put together a Xerneas on the team because I think using Xerneas is fun. And it's going to be a special Xerneas because it's not going to be a special Xerneas. But so I had to trade for one on the GTS because Pokemon Home or Pokemon Bank on the 3DS is no longer accepting payments. So even if you had a subscription beforehand, you still have to wait until March, I think it is next year, before you're able to transfer back onto the Switch. So all the Pokemon that I got ready for Series 13, except for, I think it was Kyogre and Yveltal, are left in Ultra Sun at the moment. But I did manage to trade for a Xerneas, and I've just gotten it up to level 100. So we'll jump to this and have a look. I can go like this. Hopefully this isn't marking everything's up. And that's okay. So save. Apparently it's the 9th of November today, and that has absolutely nothing to do with me switching the clock about 24 times. Nothing to do with it at all. But the level 100 Xerneas that was a level 25 about 30 minutes ago has nothing to do with the clock changing, of course. But here we go. And ignore the lucky egg. Grab that. So let's have a look at this Xerneas. It was level 25 from Pokebank. I had traded a level 100 Yveltal, so a fair trade. Didn't even know Xerneas could come at level 25, but if you get it from Pokemon Go, apparently you can. Let's have a look. So it's not EV trained. It's not bottle capped. It is timid. So I've got to give it a mint and a bottle cap. So we'll do that. Grab my thing. Hopefully they introduce a rusted bottle cap. Maybe in Scarlet and Violet. I doubt it, but maybe. Where is it? Yep. Check to see if its attack IVs are quite low. I'm not gonna. Hang on, what? I did it, didn't I? I think so. If it was no good, yeah, but it's very good. so it doesn't matter. It's not a waste. Speed. Okay, let's think about this for a sec. How do we want to run this Xerneas? So there'll be 3 Trick Room Mons and 1 priority but fast and 1 scarfed. So it can be both if you Dynamax it. So do you want a fast Xerneas or a slow Xerneas? And does IVs, do they actually matter? Probably not. That was a great thing. Okay. It'd be good to actually use a gold bottle cap for once. Of course, on special attackers, it helps with low attack IVs, just for foul play and confusion, I think. Okay, so that's that done, and I should have a berry. Let's have a look though. What was it? Jolly? Do they not sell Jolly? Thank you. Of course, they've made it easier to train battle ready mons consecutively with each game they brought out. In this one, Sword and Shield, they introduced XP candies. So I think, was it Gen 6 or 5? Maybe, I know in Ultra Sun they had mints. I think before they had bottle caps, but I'm not sure. Where are we going? So we've had things to adjust IVs, then things to adjust natures, and now in this game, in this generation, we've had things to adjust XP. I don't know what else they could add except for a rusted bottle cap. Okay, so we'll save. I always screw this up. Type. Jolly. Does it need to be Jolly, or could Adamant work as well? I think you'd want it to be naturally faster than max speed Ogres and Groudons, so we'll go Jolly. Okay, that's that one. Favorites first. Dynamax candies, which are actually the hardest things for me to come by at the moment, because I don't do enough dens. And okay, so we'll just go standard max speed, max attack, I think. Let's actually, I'll do some calcs to see how it goes against Zacian. So, oops, showdown calculator. Yep. Xerneas 50, and let's click back onto this screen. So Xerneas level 50 against Zacian crowned 50. Let's just do max attack, Adamant, Behemoth Blade, BE, Behemoth Blade. Okay, so a 252 plus Zacian does 179 to 211% Behemoth Blade against Xerneas. So even with a berry, it's not surviving. So Xerneas has a natural base defense stat of 115. Oh, sorry, no, defense of 95. So Xerneas has natural bulk. It's got 126 base HP and 95 base defense. And Azation is still gonna one-shot it, even if it's holding a berry. What's the is it Babiri berry? Is Babiri BI? Nope. Still resist. Berry. Pokemon. Yeah, Barberry. Babiri, not Bibari. Bub. B-A. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so Zacian's still doing 90 to 106% damage against Xerneas. If Xerneas runs 100 EVs in defense, it will still hit it up to 95%. So let's see where that hits. 99. So it's at 60. So you have to run 60 defense EVs and a Babiri to survive an adamant 252 Zacian. Is that worth it? If it's taken any chip, it'll still go down. Is it worth it? So you'll be taking 60 IVs out of attack. We may as well. So we'll go back to here. Okay, back to the game. Grab this. Okay, so 60 IVs in defense. Six. And so what would that be? 252 minus 60 is 192. So that's 19 plus 2. Oops. 2. Oh, hang on. Was this thing already... Did it already have EVs? I bet you it did. No, maybe not. So that's 60, 192, and 25, 26. Okay. We'll buy some more. Okay. Grab this. Oops. Oh my god. That one. Okay. Okay, so that's nature, EVs, IVs and candies. Okay. So item. Babiri. Do I have one? Please tell me. Yep, okay. Just went past it. Blueberry. Okay. Oh, it learns close combat. Wow. Xerneas learns close combat. Huh. Does it learn Trick Room? That'd be kind of cool. Oops. Xerneas. Cerebi. Let's have a look. So I was going to give it Horn Leech. What was it? Horn Leech, Rock Slide, Starfall. It learns Steel Spike as well. And Knuckle would mean it could touch Pharaoh. So it learns Play Rough. It learns Weathers as well. It learns Smart Strike. Doesn't learn Iron Head. So Max Steel is coming off Smart Strike. Okay, so, and it learns T-Wave, it learns Screens, and it learns Weather. Anything else? Gravity. And Giga Impact. Substitute as well. Okay, but Rock Slide and Horn Leech. Do I have Rock Slide? QRS. Rock Slide's a TM. Okay. It feels so bad that very physical attackers have to rely on Play Rough. They get an awesome move in Spirit Break, but it's kind of the special attack drop guaranteed. Kind of overpowered, in my opinion. Imagine if Zacian got Play Rough. This one. Yep. Aura Beam. Nature Power. Leech. This is probably going to be really underwhelming, but at least try it out. So what was it? Rock Slide, Horn Leech, and Fairy as well. It doesn't learn Play Rough naturally. It learns Close Combat naturally, but not Play Rough. That's interesting. Okay, so Play Rough. Okay, so do we want Close Combat or Giga Impact? I don't think Giga Impact is really worth it. It's good for the speed control, but out of Dynamax it's kind of terrible. And is Protect worth it? If you lead it into Fake Out, actually I'm happy just trying this out. Okay, so what's the power points? $10, $10, $10. Okay, give them a bit more. PP gives Xerneas a PP. PP. PP up. What's better, having PP up or PP max if it can't get up? That one. That one. Okay. Now chuck in the box. Protect? I don't think so. And we'll switch the order around as well. Although that seems okay. I mean, this is staying with the theme of no Protect on the whole team, so I like that. And inaccurate moves as well. Play Rough and Rock Slide. Fantastic. Ah, whoops. So it's Jolly. And did I put it in the right attack stack? Good, okay. 3, 4, 6, 2, 4, 1. I'll just check that. Make it level 100. 192. And 252. Jolly. So that's 3, 4, 6, 2, 4, 1. Yep. And 3, 2, 6, which is right. Cool. Okay. So we'll save. I was thinking about that upcoming kind of casual official tournament, the end of Sword and Shield tournament. I can't remember what it's called. The grand finale, I think. I think it's you can use it's 6v6 doubles, which is different, and also you can use any mons, however many of them you like. So you could have a team full of 6 Kyogres, which is what I was thinking of doing. But I don't actually have 6 Kyogres, which is the problem. I've only got 2 only. And now that I can't trade up from my 3DS, I don't have really that many spare restricteds to trade for. So, but the team that I was thinking of, because I mean, I don't know how the meta's going to shape around 6 of the same type. There was something similar a couple of months ago, or even longer, that was you could use multiple of the same Pokemon, but I think it was still 4v4. But the first game that I played in that tournament was a team full of 6 Mimikyus, and then there was also a team of 6 Ninetales. 3 of them were Kanto and 3 Alolan. There was 6 Persians. I think they were all Kanto. There was one more as well, 6 something. Oh, it was 6 Snorlaxes. I think I went with I was gearing towards Blastoise Shell Smash Water Spout, because this was, you couldn't use restricteds, so no Kyogre. So it was setting up Blastoise with Indeedee, and so I think the only double up, I had 2 Indeedees, but you couldn't practice on the casual ladder with multiple mons of the same kind. So I had forgotten to make the Blastoise Gigantamax instead of Dynamax. So, and there was something else. I forgot to candy a lot of the mons as well. That was fun. But that was a fun tournament, actually. So, let's do some ranked. Update that. See where we land. 445. Okay. So I've actually got to get this into my head a bit more about how the team select's going to work if you're showing Xerneas, because I'm not showing any fake out or redirection, so people are going to be wondering, how do you set up Geomancy in this team? So if I was looking at this and I didn't know anything, probably think Magina Xerneas leads. Does that seem fair? Because then you're either setting up Trick Room or Geomancy. Although those two things don't go, do they? So you're probably looking at this team thinking something's a bit up with it. I think you're tempted to lead Fake Out into it, because I've got nothing that can prevent Fake Out. So I'll be, if they threaten Fake Out, they're probably going to lead it, I reckon. So how can I take advantage of that? If I lead things like Nagina and Ogre into Fake Out, and it depends if they can tell whose ability is going off first. So into a comp that threatens Groudon against this team is bad, because Groudon's always going to win weather pretty much. So I can't lead Kyogre comfortably. So if they threaten something like Groudon and Incin or Zaora, and I threaten this, what are they going to lead into Xerneas? Would be Fake Out. So if I lead Magina Groudon into Fake Out and Groudon, how does that work out? Pretty badly, actually. Maybe Yveltal would have been better. But we'll see how we go. We'll see if we can actually find someone first of all. I wonder what the population of ranked people at the moment is, especially compared to earlier in Sword and Shield. Oh, okay. So they do have Fake Out. So they probably want to lead Incin. Do they want to lead They're not going to lead Yveltal, I don't think. I doubt they lead the cat. I'm going to go like this. This. Groudon's good for Ileki and Ogre. And if I can get Trick Room, then Zekrom kind of goes hard. But if not, then Marshadow is probably better. Although Xerneas doesn't look too bad here either. Late game Xerneas seems kind of cool. I'll just go with the standard set. See if they lead Incin. They should, I think. That's the only way of them stopping Geomancy. We'll see what happens. Oh, they didn't. Interesting. So they're banking on me giving them Fairy Aura, probably. So that it can't stop Trick Room. Well, they can't fake out Trick Room. They can imprison. But then they're taking a lot of damage. Which is kind of cool. Did they have Groudon? No. Okay, so their only Water Spout switch is Ogre, and that's still going to take a lot of damage. So I'm happy going Trick Room, I think. And if they imprison, switch into Ogre, I'm still faster. So I'm happy with this. Is this Ogre? Yep. So is this Protect? Oh, so there's Scarfed Calorie. That's interesting. Scarfed Snarl. I wonder how much this does. Decent. Okay, so it's Stall Kyogre. That means it's got Calm Mind. So I can take the knockout on Callie here, probably. I can also switch to Groudon. I'm happy to Dynamax Magina and Starfall. And switch this. Do I need to switch? Yeah, into Groudon. Seems okay. It's a bit more passive. I think I could have also stayed small with Magina and maxed Kyogre and Max Geyser the Cali spot. That's probably a safer or more. It gets me something better out of the turn, I think. I don't think Ogre's gonna be very offensive if it's Calm Mind. Probably a lot of HP. Could be 252, 252 HP, modest special attack. Could be. Ogre's Dynamaxing. Okay, that's interesting. So who do they target here? They can't switch Callie. I mean, they can't protect, and they haven't switched. So Callie should go down. Although Magina might not knock it out at -1. But depends how bulky it is. Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate. So I'll go to -1 next turn. In Precipice Blades. I wonder how much of a roll that was, to be honest. I think if that picks up Cali, then I go back to neutral. And can focus down the ogre the next turn. Yeah, don't know how much of a roll that is. But I mean, a crit would have been nice. So, -2. -2. Probably not going to do a lot to Kyogre. Wonder how slow they are as well. I'll max Steel and Thunder Punch. Are they going to switch? Yep. Wow, they were going to let me max Fairy the Yveltal. So we know they're Mons. It's what is that thing called? Oh, my mind's gone blank. Not Espeon. Oh, the fairy Eevee. What's it called? Sylveon. Thank you. Okay. So they can protect here. That's okay. I wonder how much Thunder Punch does to Yveltal. But we'll just Thunder Punch this. I don't think Sucker Punch can knock out Magina, but Steel Spike boosts. Protect? Yeah. So I could have read that. Maybe I had to. There is a moth. Uh-oh. It's coming closer. Small moth. Guys are into who? Groudon? Nagina, okay. So they've got one turn of max left. I think there are 2 turns of Trick Room, one after this. I can't remember what I brought. That was Marshadow, okay. So unless they double Marshadow, depends how many Trick Room turns are left, I think. Ogre can win late game against everything. Okay, there's just one turn of Trick Room. So I think always Shadow Sneak Ogre, and who do we want damage on? They're Calm Mind, so probably Protect if I had to guess. I'm gonna go Rock Tomb and Thunder Punch. See if they protect. Yep. So I could have doubled Yveltal as well. Bugger, okay. They can miss. No. So it's physical Yveltal, which means Sucker Punch is going to do quite a bit of damage. But I don't think I could have gotten much out of that turn. Maybe a bit more damage on Yveltal. Maybe Shadow Sneak, Ogre, Thunder Punch, Yveltal. Which is kind of what I was going to do first off. So they Sucker Punch here. Do I have to rely on... Yeah, I think so. So we go like that. And... that. Yep. Oh my god. That just KOs? Really? I'm shocked. I wonder if that's adamant. That's crazy for me. I have to do the calc in a sec. I think if Kyogre survives there and Origin Pulse connects, then Ogre's not doing any damage. Yveltal's dead. They do have Scarfed Cali, so it depends how much damage Groudon's taken. Let's have a look. How much health was Ogre on? Can't remember. This Ogre has some defense investment as well. So Kyogre 50 and Yveltal. I don't think it was. Did we see Life Orb? Maybe Black Glasses. So we'll go Jolly first. 252 attack. Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch. And its ability is Dark Aura. Dark Aura. 50. Okay. So Sucker Punch, Yveltal, 252 Jolly against no defense, no HP Kyogre does up to 60%. If we add on Dark Glasses, where are you? Black Glasses. Black Glasses. So a Black Glasses Yveltal only does up to 71%. Life Orb? I don't think we saw it, but we'll check. Life Orb does up to 78%. So Adamant does up to 84%. I'm pretty sure the Kyogre was about 85% health. It wasn't a crit. The worst case scenario is Adamant 252 attack Yveltal with Life Orb, and that can only do up to 84.5% damage. So that was, I mean, it must have been Adamant. I don't think we saw a Life Orb. We might have, and I missed it. But still, even worst case scenario, that is a huge damage roll. I think it has to be the 148 damage. Yeah. So if it doesn't knock out Ogre there, and we connect Origin Pulse, which is 85 times 85. Oops. And then they've got 1 HP Calyrex and Sylveon. So assuming that we connect on Kyogre with Origin Pulse and the Rain, that probably takes it down to about 14 HP. Water Spout is not going to be doing very much to Groudon. The next turn, there's no more Rain. But they've still got Kyogre. Yeah, it's probably still a loss, but I would have loved to have known what the roll was on that Yveltal. I think the protect that they protected on Yveltal and Kyogre, and I caught it twice, but didn't play the move. I could have done some more, gotten some more chip, but played it safe. Anyway, so they've got Solgaleo and Thundurus. Is Thundurus Defiant here? I'd say more likely to be Prankster. So Groudon goes pretty hard here. Could also go Ogre. I don't mind that actually. Could be Scarfed Ogre, but we'll find out. And in the back, we'll go this. This looks like a nasty composition, honestly. Much preferred the matchup last game. I think that was more, a few turns could have been better. This one, I think it'll come down to what their sets are and if you can call it properly. I think I thought Solgaleo was one of the hardest to use last season, and with the amount of Yveltal and Callie running around, it's surprising to me that Sol has actually been quite hard to deal with. Maybe they just don't bring it if they see Yveltal, because Yveltal absolutely destroys Solgaleo if it's running foul play. It's faster, it hits it for stab super effective, plus the 1.3 with Dark Aura. So we'll just go Trick Room, and I mean this could be Wide Guard as well. Do I want to play around that? Does that actually matter? If they're clicking Wide Guard, they're not going Magina. Okay, this is good. Looks like it's Solgaleo. And in the last game, Callie hung on with about 4 HP, so that was a damage roll against us, and then they knocked out Ogre, which was a damage roll against us as well, and they also crit, and we didn't, so on the balance of things. See how much this does. That looks like Timid, and it's Quake into Kyogre. Okay, so we'll get Trick Room. Trick Room, and then we can Dynamax and Max Steel Spike. Do we need to Dynamax here? What would we bring in the back? So they've got Ogre and Yveltal and Zacian. So I imagine you bring Zacian, definitely. And Kyogre. So we'll go... I don't think... Kyogre. We'll go Steel Spike here. And switch this into Groudon. They can switch Callie, yeah. But I'm getting a Steel Spike bonus. I imagine this is Kyogre? Yeah, okay, so we win that. We get Sun. We also get Steel Spike. It depends if they want to go after the Kyogre, because in that position Kyogre's not doing anything, so it's so obvious that we would switch. But if they don't keep me honest this turn, then Groudon comes in for free, pretty much. So unless Sol crits, this should do basically no damage with the berry and the Steel Spike boost. This will probably do about 1/5 to Ogre. Even less. About 1/7. So it's a bulky Ogre. Get the defense boost, and who do they go into? Into Groudon. Okay. So that's no damage. So we can double target Ogre here. We'll Max Steel Spike that. And we haven't seen an item on Sol yet, and I would imagine it's weakness policy, so go Thunder Punch as well. Wonder if Ogre's probably going to protect. It's pretty bulky. But I'll still get this still spike boost, which is good. Oh, they don't? Okay. Huge damage. See how much this Thunder Punch does. Oh. Nice. So it's fast Ogre. It's scarfed Ogre. Or it's very slow Solgaleo. And what are they clicking? Water Pulse is going to do no damage. Origin Pulse. Ice Beam. And they can't freeze. Okay. Sol goes small. I've got one turn of max left. Oop. Sorry about that. How many turns of Trick Room do we have? 2. Okay. So we go Max Starfall and Restless Blades. Are they going to switch? If they switch into Zacian and I connect Precipice Blades, then they're in very bad shape. It just comes down to PB connecting, like it so often does. Okay. They did not get a Steel Spike boost, and we connect Precipice Blades. So one turn of Trick Room left. No turns of Max, and they've got Calyrex and probably Zacian, I imagine. Yep. And we got +2 steel. So here I'm always going to switch Groudon out, I think, to Ogre and steal the Calyrex. Steal the Calyrex and switch to Kyogre. If they protect Cali and I go into Marshadow, next turn I can threaten Shadow Sneak on it. Yep. I think that wins. It depends who Zacian targets here. So it probably means they're not protecting with Cali? No, they do. Okay. Okay. So that's Trick Room's over. We'll Flash Cannon Zacian and Shadow Sneak Calyrex. Okay, they don't get the double. I have lost so many games because of this kind of same scenario. And we'll see how much damage Zacian does to Magina at +2 defense. This should be into Magina, I think. Yep. That is a very sad Zacian. I wonder, I mean, the reason you don't go Kyogre there is because Zacian could have Quick Attack. And if they quick attack Kyogre, then they can pick up a double knockout. And they've got protect the next turn as well, which means Marshadow goes down. Oh. Oops, I didn't mean to continue. Oh well. So we haven't used, excuse me, we haven't gotten to use Xerneas yet. I don't know if we ever are. Maybe if we come up against a strange Ho-Ho team. That tea is actually warm. It's so much better. Okay. So they've got ally switch. They've got weakness policy on both Kyogre. Actually on all their restricteds. Oh. Except Kelly. So they can threaten Draining Kiss, weakness policy, proc on Yveltal. They can threaten it on Zekrom, and they can threaten Draining Kiss on Ogre. So worst case scenario is rocking Scarfed Ogre's weakness policy. Although you can't have 2 items, so that's not too bad. They've got Tailwind as well. So they can lead Tailwind Ogre. I can switch into Groudon. So we'll go Megina. Could also go Xerneas here. But we'll stay with this. Xerneas. Yeah, we'll just go like this, I think. Xerneas could have been a bring here. I think it's better than Zekrom. It would be good to try to use it. What are they going to lead? I imagine this is Tailwind and Ogre. Okay, it's Tailwind and Callie. I think Callie's ability always goes off first, which is kind of unusual. Drizzle. So they can Tailwind and Astral. What can really screw me up here? I'm just going to go for it. Just don't think, I think. Just don't think, I think. So I'll go like that. And Trick Room. Do they click Tailwind? They don't really have to, from their point of view. It's interesting how Kelly's abilities go off first. Oh, okay, this is interesting. So who's Dynamaxing here? I'd say Talonflame, based on the ball, but it's more likely Calyrex. It is Talonflame. That's massive. I mean, it is massive, literally, but are they sashed? Oh my goodness. Sorry. Was that? Oh my good. I think Talonflame, no chance of living there. But I will record that. I didn't see who we got the crit on. I think it was Calyrex? Because Calyrex can survive. That is a very, very, very bad turn for them. So Megina's +2, they lose Dynamax, they lose Calyrex, Ogre's taken no damage. I don't think you can have a worse turn 1. Oh, they are salty. They are salty. Okay, Yveltal. And who's this? Zekrom? Ogre, okay. So the safe play from me is to, I suppose, max Megina, switch Ogre out into Groudon. That's safe. So let's just go for that. Groudon. We always have the weather. And max Starfall. Oh, this person is salty. This person has thrown their controllers down and stormed out. Oh man. And the crit just rubs salt into the wound. If that was on Calyrex, the crit, and their bulky variant, then they get Astral off. They could have been going for Trick Room, maybe. I mean, if you're Dynamaxing the Talonflame, maybe you're going for Max Darkness for the special defense boost. I imagine Talonflame always gets knocked out to Water Spout. It's not very bulky. So Calyrex is either clicking Trick Room or Imprison or Astral Barrage. Astral isn't going to do more than 50. So I'm in the same position. So a very, very bad turn from them. Meganium goes to +3. See how much Water Spout does. 1, 2, 4 on Groudon. Okay, so we Thunder Punch. I don't think we need to reveal that. We just press Blades and Starfall. This person has left the room, so that previous game with Xerneas, Yveltal, Sucker Punch into Ogre. I think the Ogre was over at least 80. It looked more like 85 to me. So, and I don't think we saw Life Orb. I'm really confused how Sucker Punch did enough. I don't think it changed the game. It would have been much closer if Ogre survived. But that damage roll. If it can do max 85%, and I was at 85%, it must have been the worst case scenario. So K goes down. K is not okay. We'll continue. So is that 3 games or 2 games? I can't remember. I think it would be 3. We must have won the first one. Is that okay, so this is a Renius Sun kind of team, but they've replaced Incin with Cali. So Gastro is very annoying to deal with. And if they play passively, I mean, I think the team we played the other day that was similar to this led, was it, I think it was Brim and Incin, and then switched to Gastro turn 1. So we can't win the Weather War. So we don't lead Kyogre. What stops them from... I mean, that's good. I think. We could go Meganium here. We could go Groudon as well. That doesn't seem too bad. So we'll go Groudon, Marshadow. And then in the back... Xerneas is actually pretty good here. So I'm going to go Xerneas, Groudon, and Ogre. So we are getting to use Xerneas here. Reach for the sky. Okay. Again, turn 1, leads so important. Okay, they lead Groudon. See whose weather goes off first here. I lead Marshadow. How would a Magina have gone here? Not too bad. Okay. So Kelly's faster. So do I risk? I mean, what can they do here? They can protect, can't they? I don't think they can pick up the knockout on Marshadow. What can they switch into? Zacian and Gastro. I think you bring Gastro. Do I lose anything here? I don't think so. So I'm gonna Shadow Sneak, keep them honest, and also Horn Leech Groudon. We don't see anyone retreating, so this is probably Groudon maxing. So are you doubling into the Marshadow? Or what you could do actually is Astral and Max Rock for Xerneas. Pick up the KO on Marshadow. Do they protect? No, okay, so keeping them honest was the right thing to do. Are they sashed? Yep. So Kelly isn't going to get any boosts, which is good. They're not going to pick up the knockout on Marshadow unless they double target it or use weather. I'll get some health back from Horn Leech. Decent. Who do they target here? Quake. Okay, so Marshadow is going to survive unless they target it. Yeah. It is enough against Xern. So I can go Kyogre. So Groudon, okay. Go Kyogre. Let's think about this. So Callie's threatened. I go Ogre. And they attack Ogre and survive. They're at +1. Or I can max Ogre and max Hailstorm. I'm going to go Ogre. And we'll think about what to do next from there. So they've committed their Dynamax to Groudon, which means if they brought Charizard, it's not going to be anywhere as near as effective. So let's have a look. So they've probably got Zacian, and I would imagine Gastrodon. So Callie's threatened here. They can protect. So if I Shadow Sneak Callie, I think I've got to. I don't actually. I can Spectral Thief Callie. Or I can Spectral Thief Groudon actually. And Water Spout. So this could be a switch into Gastro. Yeah. They've got to get rid of the Marshadow for the Calyrex. How much does this do? Pretty good. So we'll get +1. Probably not going to help on 1 HP. Who do they target? This should be into Kyogre. No, it's Marshadow. Interesting. Okay. So Gastro goes to +1, which could be a problem. And I've also lost Xerneas, which was my Gastro answer. And we also lose Weather. So we go Groudon. Sorry, keep tapping that. So Groudon. they can protect Yawn. I wonder how much Fire Punch does to Groudon. We'll go Precipice Blades and Dynamax and Max Hail. Who do we want to Max Hail? We'll Max Hail Groudon. Turn 1, what could I have done? I could have double targeted the Cali slot. Then they wouldn't have late game Cali. Although they could just protect there. But do I lose anything from not doing that? I don't think so. So turn 1 again, if I double target Calyrex and they protect and say hit Marshadow, then the next turn they've got full HP Calyrex. So they could attack Marshadow turn 1, then target Xerneas with Max Rockfall. Okay, Gastro protects. That's good. So this is Max Ice. They're +1. I don't think this should knock out. Wow, that does no damage. So who are they targeting here? Quake into, I imagine, Kyogre. Yep. So that's a super effective move. Does a 10th, and a stab move, not super effective, does 40%. Can we pick up with Precipice Blades? Yes. And the Groudon was just +1. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Okay. So who's their fourth? I imagine they bring out Zacian here. That's what I'm guessing. You go Zacian, Behemoth Blade, the Groudon. Or you could protect as well. Yeah. So Gastro's just protected. How much? Okay. I don't think Behemoth Blade can pick up the knockout. So I'll go like that. And like that. Gastro's at +1, so I kind of got to stall out my own trick max as well with Ogre, so I'm faster than Calyrex. Can I connect Precipice Blades as well? Hailstorm. I think if I can protect... Oh my god, that is bulky. So we miss, of course. I think we needed to connect there. If we connect Gastro there, do they have... I can't beat Calyrex now. We'll just go like that. And like that. If I had lightninged, I wonder if that would be enough. It all comes down to connecting on Precipice Blades anyway. So we crit where we don't have to. It would be... It's so nice getting crits on Fake Out and Mons that are on 1 HP. Last game, we did crit turn 1. Yeah, okay. So last turn. Unfortunately, we lose. Because, if we'd connected Precipice Blades against Gastro the other turn, then we probably win. Look at this. We're going to lose because of Sash. There is a chance Kyogre could be faster. Very slim chance. Am I locked into Water Spout? Yeah. Good game. Came down to a Precipice Blades miss. The turn with Zacian, if I had Max Lightninged the Zacian, then it goes down, and the following turn, Callie and Gastro have to pick up the knockout. Although Gastro, so if the same thing happens and Gastro doesn't get hit, then Gastro's on full health pretty much. The next turn would be my last turn of Max. I target Gastro. It's not enough. Callie goes down. Ogre's probably pretty low. But then after that, I'm locked into Water Spout. So I needed the connect on Gastrodon. Yeah. The first turn I sent out Ogre as well. I could have Max Hailstormed. Or what did they have? They switched Callie, didn't they? And I stole Groudon's special defense boost. But then even after that, Max Hailstorm didn't even do more than 1/10 to Groudon, which is just ridiculous, really. They were on about a quarter health. Max Ice doesn't even pick up the KO. If it does, then I think the game's wrapped up. But knowing that it wouldn't, maybe it would have been better to switch out Marshadow, because if they stay in with Callie, I pick up the knockout. So if I did switch into Groudon, Max Ogre and Max Hailstorm the Groudon spot, then Groudon's probably on like 30 health, and it can't survive Behemoth from Zacian. So pretty tough. What did they lead? Callie and Groudon. So yeah, turn one I could also have doubled the Calyrex. I mean, that game they didn't protect Calyrex turn one, and they didn't protect Zacian the first turn they sent it out. So if I went super aggressive, it might have paid off, but then you never really know. So interesting. We've got Lunala and Rayquaza, Zamazenta, Ogre, and Yveltal. So is this Hypnosis on Lunala turn one again? Would be absolutely fantastic. Xerneas is faster than everything except Zama and Zacian. Lunala gets Wide Guard, so I mean Medina's looking pretty good here. They don't have Fake Out. I could go Ogre and Medina with Groudon to switch in for an Ogre lead. I could also go Medina Marshadow. What threatens here? Groudon does actually. Medina Groudon, and then switch in Ogre. I'm just going to go lead Ogre. Ogre here, Groudon, and I think Marshadow. Yeah, actually Zekrom instead of Marshadow, because I just realized that Zekrom has Shadow Claw on it, so that would be pretty useful against Lunala. Although Rayquaza, pretty tough. for Zekrom. Okay, so we'll see whose Drizzle goes off first here. Okay, so I'm faster. So I can click Thunder. I can click Thunder. Does Max Geyser knock out Magina? I'd say yes. So I like Trick Room. Is it worth? What did I bring in the back? Oops. I've got Groudon and Marshadow. So I am going to switch into Groudon. This is, I mean, they could assume that I think that I don't know they've got Wide Guard, so they'll get Water Spout for free. If they think I'm intelligent and know they get Wide Guard, then you Max and Max Geyser Magina. You could also threaten Wide Guard and click Snarl, but then the maxing of Ogre always picks up Magina, I think. Unless I'm sashed, although if you Snarl and Max Geyser, then Magina goes down. But then you have to be targeting one. Yeah, okay. So I imagine this is into Magina. Okay, they crit. And I think this should be Max Geyser into Magina. Yep. Okay, so we get Groudon for free. We get Trick Room. They had Xerneas, didn't they? So we can't Quake the Zama for free. I suppose what you could do is also Max Fairy that slot. What do they have? So they've got Rayquaza. Do you bring Yveltal? Do you even bring it? What looks good here? I mean, they've got Rayquaza as well, but Fairy's super effective against that. I do like Groudon, so I'm going to Flow Cannon that slot, and Max Flare is tempting. Is it worth it? I'll Max Quake that slot. They also Dynamaxed one turn before we did as well. So this will be their second last turn of Dynamax. So Magina will go down here. If I changed the weather, it looks like it still probably would. If they Snarl again, they're not going to switch. They Wide Guard. Okay, that's interesting. So Flow Common comes out. This is -1. We're going to do about 30%. So maybe changing the weather was right there, assuming Kyogre targets Groudon. But I am +1 with what's it called? Assault Vest. That looks like a very offensive Kyogre. Who are they going to target here? I'd say this is Groudon. Yep. Jesus. That's +2 Groudon. That's crazy. So what are we at? -3? Yeah. I'm gonna switch this into that, and it depends if they protect, I suppose. If they protect, at least I've switched Magina out. So Marshadow comes in. What did we see at the beginning? Nothing. Ah, okay. So if they saw Quake, this is probably Yveltal or Rayquaza coming out. If it's Rayquaza, it's 4 times resisted, but it is damaged still. Weather disappears, max lightning, although actually no, it's neutral. So we do half. And this is probably Behemoth Bash into Groudon, I'd imagine. How much does this do? I imagine it knocks out, but Zama's not very offensive. We'll see. Does it knock out? Yeah. So Meganium comes back. Didn't see who is faster from Zama as well. I don't think you run Zama with a lot of speed, so I imagine it outspeeds Marshadow in Trick Room. Do they have a switch for Rayquaza? They've got... If you switched into Rayquaza, I think you probably have Zacian in the back. So we go Force Palm. We could also go Spectral Thief into Zama and still its defense boost. Is defense... We know it's got Zacian. We know it's got Ogre. So it doesn't help against Ogre. So we'll go Force Palm and Flash Cannon that. I mean, this could be a misplay, but they do protect. So they can't pick up a knockout. And they are slower and thus faster. So who's this into? Marshadow. Does just over half. So maybe stealing defense would have been worth it. Yeah, it would have been. Pharaoh? No. Okay. So we saw Behemoth Bash. We know they've got Kyogre at low health. So, and we know how much does Fleur Cannon do to Zama, I wonder. We'll go Shadow Sneak into that, and is this a throw? Fleur Cannon. I hope this picks up a knockout. Okay. What's this? Zacian? Kyogre. I wonder how much this does. I think you've got to target Marshadow. How much does it do? Look at that. So double targeting was correct. This should be into Marshadow. Don't know how many turns of Trick Room we've got left. I will pick up a knockout on either of these though. Need to get rid of Zama though. We know they've got Rayquaza. I imagine the last one's Zacian. Gets +1, which means we're at -1. Rain stops. Is this the end of Trick Room? Yep. Okay, so Ogre comes out, resets Rain. We've seen Wide Guard. I know they've got Wide Guard. They don't know I'm faster on Kyogre. So they've got Rayquaza and probably Zacian. So I'm going to is Thunder a throw? If they Origin Pulse, yes. So we Thunder that. This could also be Snarl as well. Thunder that and Flash Cannon. Oh, this is the wrong one. I should have gone the other way. They don't Wide Guard, so that's basically GG's for them if they don't. And I Water Spout. So they didn't respect my stupidity. Again, he goes to neutral, so this probably should knock out. Snarl. So I'm -1. So this probably doesn't knock out. See how much this does. 2 HP probably. This is -2. Does that do enough? No. How much are they on? 1 HP. Okay. So that's 3 damage rolls, unfortunately. So we know the last one is Rayquaza. So I can Thunder into Zama here and Trick Room. And then if they knock out Ogre. So Thunder that. How much is Megaena on? Can I win from this position? Probably not. Trick Room. I think you target Koga. So we'll get to +1. If they don't target Koga, I have to crit Thunder. So if we knock up Zama there, then Megaena goes to neutral against Rayquaza. And they do target Megaena. So it would be Zacian and half health Rayquaza against full HP Kyogre and Megaena at half health. Also, if I had just clicked Water Spout, I would have won. So we'll Thunder Zacian and we'll see what happens. I think you just double attack. I need a Thunder Power or crit. I don't think even a crit picks up the knockout at -1, although maybe it does. Airlock. Okay. It just comes down to respecting wide guard, I think. They knew, I knew they had wide guard. If I do click wide guard there, I pick up the double knockout. Megaena goes to +1 or 2. And then they've got Zacian and Rayquaza. I wonder how much Water Spout does against Rayquaza. Some of them are quite bulky. I think I played that pretty well. I think the turn that Kyogre and Zama hung on with 1 HP was pretty bad, so double targeting would have been better. Who did I have it? I had Megaena, I think. Still would have been a pretty precarious position. I think just generally the last few games playing more aggressive would have paid off. But in best of 1, you don't know how your opponent's how they're going to play. Okay. Pretty kind of standard team. They've got dual weather. They've got whims, so leading Ogre's probably not the way to go. How do they shut down Xerneas Geomancy? Probably leading Zacian. I wonder if Whimsicott has Taunt as well. So what goes well into Zacian? Ogre. They could lead Zacian Groudon. I'm kind of tempted to go Kyogre and Megina. But then if they lead Groudon, doesn't seem too good. Do you bring Groudon? Yeah, I think you have to. So I'm going to go Megina. And... oh, it's so tempting. Megina and Ogre. Groudon. And... Marshadow. Would Yveltal help in these matchups? Late game, say if you go Adamant, Sucker Punch, you could go Adamant, max defense, max attack, Sucker Punch, Foul Play. Okay, so they can switch into Groudon. Half my damage output. They'll see that Kyogre's faster. If they switch into Groudon and Imprison, am I in a bad spot? I don't think so. So I'm always going to Trick Room here. They could switch Cali to Groudon, but then Groudon takes Water Spout. So I'm just going to Water Spout. I imagine Groudon to switch. That's Quick Attack. Okay, so this will probably do about half. Say about 70 to Cali. Yep. Is this Imprison? Astral. Okay, so I get I'll get Trick Room. I don't think Ogre's in range of Quick Attack. Okay, so they've got Yveltal and Ogre and Groudon, and I've got Groudon and Marshadow, and they also went after Kyogre. So I could max Megina. No. I will Flash Cannon Cali and max Geyser Zacian. This could be really bad, but we'll see. I think they don't need to Quick Attack again. So they've stayed in with both. So they'll have, if they've brought Yveltal, Sucker Punch probably picks up Knockout. They do Quick Attack. We live. Flash Cannon. Cali goes down. Zacian goes down. Megina goes to +2. Is this Kyogre or Groudon? I could be Kyogre and Groudon. I doubt that. I think you always bring Groudon, so I'm imagining it's Groudon and Yveltal. Yveltal? Yveltal. Okay, it's Whimsicott and Groudon. Okay. Respis Blades? What do I have in the back? Marshadow and Groudon. So 2 turns of Trick Room. 3 turns of Trick Room. I'm gonna Flash Cannon Whimsicott and Max Hail Groudon. Yep. Okay. I think I was doing that anyway, wasn't I? Is this into the Whimsicott? Yeah. Sashed. Groudon Probably solar. Yeah, and they double connect. This should knock out both. Oh, wow, okay, it doesn't. They really risked it. What's the chance there? So there's a 37.7% chance they miss at least one. They can't pick up. I go Groudon and then have late game Marshadow. Doesn't seem too bad. So Groudon's always going to be faster. So I go Flash Cannon, that, and Fire Punch, that. This is +3 on Magina now. So they're Dynamaxing Whimsy on 1 HP in Trick Room. So Don gets big. Don gets big. Big Don. I'm at +3. My last physical attackers. Whims is going to click. Charm. Okay. Interesting. Which means they're only picking up Magina here. Okay. Fire Punch. So I'm at -2. It's going to be close. Magina goes down. I get at least one more attack off with Groudon. I think there's this turn of Trick Room left. So we go Marshadow. If I'd go on Marshadow there, I don't think it makes much of a difference. So these are the same base power. And it's only plus special, I think. Yep. So it's plus special, so spectral doesn't make any difference. So we Force Palm and do you want to? It's going to do. And we'll see how much. Can get a burn as well. Fire Punch. Burn? No. Phantasm. Okay. I wonder if Precipice Blades now knocks out Groudon. Para? We'll do it again. Force Palm. And we'll go... I don't think Precipice Blades makes any difference. I don't think it does. Maybe this is Rock into Groudon. Para? Would be nice. Okay, we get it. Can we get a full Para? Phantasm again. So basically, comes down to this turn. I think -2 Groudon does go down to single target Precipice Blades, but we both have to hit. It's slightly more in my favor. There's a 75% chance of them moving and an 85% chance of them hitting, and I've just got an 85% chance of hitting. I don't know if it knocks out though. Okay, we connect. And it's enough. So Force Palm has a 30% of Para. So it's nice to get RNG in your favor and win because of it. I don't think I've got a full para from Force Palm yet. I've been playing with Steam for most of Series 13. We'll keep going. Is this where we started? I think so. Oops. Crouch. So basically the same composition as last, except they've got Grim instead of Cali, I think. If I do go Xerneas here, maybe they lead Grim and it's fake out. So I could go Magina and Marshadow, maybe? Groudon doesn't seem too bad. Kyogre's always a risk. So let's go for it. And we'll have Marshadow in the back. Maybe they lead Grim and Ogre. Or Grim and Kyogre. That's what I just said. Grim and Groudon, or Grim and Ogre, and Zacian in the back. Do they need Whimsicott? I doubt we'll see Whimsicott and Grimmsnarl. So it's only one of the two. Maybe late game Whims though. Okay, so this is probably worst case scenario. If I'd gone Groudon here, would we have been better off? We would have threatened the Zacian. So they know that Kyogre is scarfed. I'm gonna Trick Room here. Trick Rooming, and what do I have? Groudon. And if they've led this, I imagine... Do they just go or restricted? I think they have Ogre. I don't think you bring Yveltal. So maybe Whimsicott. Okay, so Ogre. When in doubt, click Water Spout. Beautiful damage. This should be into Magina. And they've got to connect Restless Blades on both. I think it would be terrible if they miss on Kyogre. It looks like a double connect. Okay. So no Trick Room. Groudon players, You really have to risk it, don't you? I think I've lost 3 games because Precious Blades missed against 1. I might have won 1, potentially 2. So we're due a Precious Blades miss. Is it worth getting big with Kyogre here? So we're going to go max Quake into that and switch this out into that. I don't think they go big Groudon here. I think from their point of view, Groudon is the tempting target. I could also play risky and max the Ogre. I max the Ogre, Precious Blades with Groudon. Kyogre presumably is faster than the Groudon, gets the knockout with max Ice. And then I imagine Groudon always KOs those Groudon. Groudon always KOs Zacian. Yep. So they didn't keep me honest. Something misses. Wrong one. Okay. I keep the Sash. Presumably this knocks out Zacian. Yep. So this should be Kyogre coming in. I could have stayed small as well. But then who am I Dynamaxing? Marshadow doesn't have any candies, so the only benefit is the max moves. This should be Kyogre. Yep. So Kyogre, my own Kyogre should win against their Groudon. So we'll go like that. We'll go like this. Oh, they scarfed as well. Nope. Para? No. So that's GG's. They've connected 2, 4, 6. 5 out of 6 Precious Blades, which is about 85%. I wonder what their last is. I think you max Ogre now. I think a crit or a power. If I'd powered Ogre there, then Groudon moves first and picks up the knockout. Yeah. I just gotta go for it. I think you always max their Ogre here. Yep. Yeah, if I'd gotten the power on Force Palm, then their Ogre gets knocked out. I've still got Marshadow and Groudon. And late game Kyogre. But they've still got max. So the turn I'd maxed Groudon, I could have stayed small and survived, but then I don't have a max option. I could also have maxed the Kyogre, which is kind of... I don't think it was worth it, because Groudon still takes half damage. Kyogre's now slower. Assuming that their Kyogre is max speed. If it isn't, maybe there's a chance. I think the leads, if I led Groudon, then Zacian has to choose if you want to get knocked out or let Trick Room go up. So yeah, I said that Groudon was the better, but then Ogre if they lead, well, even if they don't lead Groudon, they can always switch it in, but then Trick Room goes up. So they kind of had to. That was the one lead that they kind of had to go with, but a lot of players don't do it. But yeah, if I'd led Groudon and Magina against their Groudon and Zacian, then I can always max Groudon, turn 1, take out the Zacian, or threaten the Zacian. Wow, okay. Porygon 2 and Gastrodon. This looks terrible. And Incin. So I imagine this is weakness policy. It could also be Brutal Swing Incin. They don't have Groudon. I think you probably want to lead Soul against Xerneas. Magina's good here. Magina and Ogre, maybe. Magina and Groudon, maybe. I don't mind Magina and Groudon, actually. What about Marshadow? Actually, it's interesting. Groudon. We go Marshadow. That I do have Babiri. I don't have anything to touch Soul with though, except close combat. I think you always go Kyogre. So what do they go with? I think they have Gastro in the back. They lead Soul, probably Soul and Incin. Soul Glow, Incin, Gastro in the back, and Kyogre. Maybe they lead Soul and Kyogre. Okay, so they've gone more passive. So they've got Fake Out, Eerie Impulse. They get the Intimidate off. Okay. So Trick Room's still beneficial for us, I think. They've got... you really have to bring Gastro here, don't you? I'd be amazed if they don't. Maybe it's Gastro and Kyogre. Maybe. So I'm going to go... Oops. Trick Room. Is that worth it? Trick Room, and I can switch. I can max. Yeah, I'm gonna max Rock Incin. Change the weather if they go for Flare Blitz. The P2 probably wants to click Trick Room or Ally Switch. Trick Room, Ally Switch, good Eerie Impulse, good Foul Play. I don't think Icy Wind gets you anywhere. There's no Ally Switch, no Fake Out. So it's probably Parting Shot. So it's decent damage. See if there's Citrus. Yep. No, not yet. Are they Citrus? No. So it's Burning Jealousy. So expecting Max Quake and Eerie Impulse. Okay. So now they are faster. So here, I'm going to switch Magina out into something. Switch Magina out into Don Ogre. That were what? So we'll go... They've got Eerie Impulse, don't they? Yeah. So we'll go Marshadow and Max Flare P2. switch the weather. Wonder what they click. I imagine this is parting shot. Ear impulse. Okay. And what's this? Parting shot. Okay. So Groudon's at -1. I don't think this will do more than 40%. Probably 30. Something's got to come in here. And then they can bring Incin out next turn. So what's coming out? I don't think you risk Xerneas. Okay, so we'll change the weather. This is going to do 2 damage to Porygon. And then next turn, so they don't have water anymore. We know their last, well, we know one of their restricteds is Kyogre. Okay, so they've got Incin, which probably wants to come back in. Incin, and they switched to Ogre. So they've probably got Yveltal, which means they probably don't have Gastro. So I'm going to go Force Palm, Kyogre, and Max Quake, Kyogre. I imagine Kyogre switches for Incin. I don't know how much this does. I think it still picks up. It should, yeah. I think you get damage on Marshadow, so probably Foul Play or Icy Wind. Okay, should bring it down. That does no damage. So we Quake. Wonder if this picks up a knockout. I don't think so. Crit maybe. Crit, yes. Close. So Incin goes down. No more Intimidate. No more Fake Out. That's the last turn of my max. So they get Weather. So they can bring Kyogre back out. And then I've got Ogre and Magina. So it's probably good to switch Groudon here. Okay. Interesting. How many turns of Trick Room are there? 2 turns. I'm at -1. I wonder if Marshadow can survive Foul Play and Steel Spike. How many turns of Trick Room are there? 2. And what do I have? Beginner. Okay. So I'm gonna switch. Double switch. Switch that. I didn't get it. I don't know what I clicked. Bugger. That was going to be a double switch. I imagine this is Foul Play and Max Steel Spike into Kyogre. If I'd gotten the double switch off, then I would have brought in Magina. And if they knock out Kyogre, Magina goes to +1. So they're going to get Policy, assuming I hit. So this is one of the turns I actually don't want to hit. Foul Play into Kyogre. Something misses. The wrong one. Look at that damage. Is that a crit? Yep. So I connect when I don't want to, and I crit. So the only crits I get are when I don't want to actually hit the Pokemon. So this is Steel Spike into Ogre. Doesn't do enough, although this coming turn. So Marshadow wins against Soul. late game. What else do I have? Nagina. So I think Ogre's useless. So I'm gonna Origin Pulse. And then if I switch this into Nagina, then the subsequent turn I should be able to pick up a double. Yeah, so Nagina would have come in for free, pretty much just then. I wouldn't have given policy to Soul, so Ogre would still be over 50. This should be, I imagine, max Steel Spike. Probably should, yeah, it definitely picks up the knockout. Steel Spike, +2, bye-bye. Okay. So Trick Room's over. They do threaten ally switch. We've only seen Eerie Impulse and whatchamacallit. So this is Groudon and Marshadow. Do I read an ally switch? I think you have Trick Room. So you've got Trick Room, Foul Play, Eerie Impulse. So this basically comes down to ally switch. And I'm gonna call it. Okay, they don't have ally switch. So this is Trick Room. So I read that wrong. Although Groudon's faster than Soul. So I just have to hit. So Precious Blades here and Force Palm. Do I connect? Yep. They're +2. Yep. How much does this do? Not enough. Gets the para though. Are they threatening Marshadow? If Groudon's faster. So we'll go Thunder Punch and Shadow Sneak. Do they reveal ally switch now? Shadow Sneak. And how slow is their Kyogre? Foul Play is enough. What are they going for? Citrus Berry, Kyogre. And they connect. If the turn they protected Soul and I'd gone for Force Palm, I don't think it's going to be enough. But it does probably put it in range for the next turn. I would expect ally switch over max guard. It's a close one. If I hadn't timed out the switch with Groudon, then Soul would still be on full health, but it wouldn't have policy. So Ogre would be over 50. And I'd have Nagina. But Nagina doesn't threaten either of them. Yeah. Wow, okay. So they've got Orivale. This is a nasty team. I wonder if it's min speed on the Kyogre as well. Got Close Combat, Hornleech, Fairy, and something. Rock Slide, yeah. It depends if they're min speed Kyogre, I think. Which you probably would expect on this team. So if I go Zekrom. No, I'll just go Ogre. Ogre, Megaina, Groudon, and Marshadow. Probably need to take a break for a sec. Click. Close that. Okay, so they've got Orivale. They will actually get Orivale. Interesting. So I'll switch into Groudon. Maybe they expect me to click Trick Room. I wonder if Glacial picks up a knockout. We'll go Groudon. And I mean, I could also Water Spout. Is this worth getting rid of their Orivale? So I'll let them get it up, I think. Is that worth it? Probably not. And Flash Cannon. I'll go to +1 defense. Okay, they're maxing. Is this Hypnosis? That would be very... I don't know if I prefer Hypnosis or Orivale. I wonder if they're fast Cali as well. So they're expecting me to click Trick Room, probably. So Ninetales goes down. I get to +1, probably after they've moved. And they get up screens. And then I bring out Groudon, maybe. Marshadow is actually probably better. They protect, okay. Interesting. So is this Max Grass into Kyogre? That actually looks like AV on Cowley. So much damage. 4 times. Super effective. Almost picks up the knockout. I think if I was max special attack, that might have. Yep, so Overgrowth. We'll both go to +1. No, we won't, because they're super bulky. I don't think Water Spout knocks out Ninetales anymore. So it's Max Grass, okay. I think this is going to do probably a quarter of Ninetales HP. And I am faster than that Cali. So we'll go Water Spout again. Or is it worth switching? Assuming they target the same slot. Groudon probably gets knocked out. Although that means I do keep Kyogre. Yeah, it might be worth it. So I'll go Groudon. if they want to click all over, just make sure I'm on the wrong side. So we'll go Groudon and max Steel Spike that slot. This means I have late game Ogre. So they're not going to be up. They're not going to be able to get up screens. I think Overgrowth does knock out Groudon with the terrain, even though we're more physically bulky. So now Groudon's +1, Megaina's +2, +1 special. Callie probably goes to +1 here. +1. We've both got 1 turn of max left. So it's Quake actually. So this might be into Kyogre? No. Okay. So they're at +1 special. Groudon's in for free. It will be faster than their Callie. If they go Kyogre here, it's actually dangerous. If they go Kyogre, do I have a way out? Let's think about this. I could switch into Marshadow. Maybe it was worth targeting Callie and leaving Ninetales on the field. So I can protect Megaina, switch out Groudon into Marshadow. Marshadow probably goes down. What do they have? Oops. So they've got... Can't even see what's behind Calyrex. I was Max Guard. It was Oranguru. So it's probably a Mungus, I imagine. So Groudon goes back. Marshadow comes out. Max Guard. I imagine this is Water Spout. And who do you target here? If you're not confident hitting Megaina, it's Megaina. Quake into Megaina, yeah. Okay, so here I can switch back into Groudon, or I can Spectral Thief the Callie. They're at +1, I'm at +1. If I switch into Groudon, so do they run Protect and Trick Room? That's the question. They're at +1. +1. Just they're +1 defense. Okay, so we go Groudon. And Groudon, and then for the next turn, Flare Cannon, that. Okay. So Marsh will switch out first. Maybe they read into me doing this and click Trick Room. Pretty risky. They withdraw Callie. And the last is... So this is probably Protect. No, they Spout. So this will do half. No. Okay. Flow Cannon. We do about 66. Yep, nice. Okay. So another Flow Cannon should pick up the knockout onto that. I can Precipice Blades. I can Fire Punch. If I Fire Punch a Mungus, I can Precipice Blades as well, or I can Thunder Punch. Precipice Blades and Crafty Shield. see how this goes. I think you switch to get the weather. And we'll see if Amoonguss goes for protect. This will get some damage on Callie. Yep. So do I connect Precipice Blades? We reveal Crafty Shield if they actually know what that does. Precipice Blades comes out and connects. How much does this do? Not enough. Okay, so now they can get up Trick Room. We don't know who's faster out of Groudon and their Kyogre. So now they can also switch in Kyogre. So if I punch that, we can also switch Groudon here. So it doesn't look like we can switch. We can Fire Punch and Trick Room. Does that work? Or Flash Cannon? This probably was wrong. Okay, so no Protect on the Callie. No Rage Powder either. Is this Spore? I've just revealed Crafty Shield. They're not getting whatchamacallit. Trick Room. So this is probably Spore. And if it isn't, then I've given them Trick Room. But they don't. Okay. So I go Kyogre here. If I had Flash Cannoned, I think I'm basically, I win. So I can go Marshadow here, Spectral Thief, Calyrex. That knocks out Amoonguss. Then they set Trick Room. I don't think Callie's in Origin Pulse range. I think I have to do this. So Fire Punch and Flash Cannon was better. So we go Origin Pulse and Flash Cannon. This should be Spore again, I think. You don't miss anything. Spore and Trick Room, probably. I think that last turn is the one that lost it. Although Magina was at -2, I think. So maybe it doesn't pick up knockout on Amoonguss. They're thinking. I don't think Origin Pulse can knock out Callie from here. It is Ogre in the rain. We do connect. It should be a knockout on Amoonguss. Yeah, that does no damage. That's crazy. That's AV, Callie. So this is what? Glacial? Maybe they think Glacial gets the knockout? High horsepower. Okay, that's the first turn of sleep, so we can wake up here. And my last is Marshadow. How much health does Ogre have? Oh, it's close. Just have to connect. Go like that, and like that. I don't think it does pick up the knockout, so maybe protect Kyogre and KO Kyogre with Calyrex. You just have to bank on either a miss, which is just about to happen, or they're scarfed as well. Magina avoids. Can Magina wake up? They're scarfed max speed, and I'm scarfed. Can Megana wake up? Why are they faster? What? Have we been speed tying? Have we been speed tying this whole time? What? No trick room. We've been speed tying this whole time. What do they lock themselves into? Origin Pulse. So do we bank on winning a speed tie and waking up, or missing Origin Pulse? I think go for the wake up. Unless I've just been seeing this wrong the whole time. So Ogre goes down. Do we win the speed tie? No. But they high horsepower. Wow. So at the beginning we got the steel spike boosts twice before the Kali moved. And then they just moved twice before us. Did I use Trick Room? No, I maxed Megana. Wow, it was a speed tie. And they clicked incorrectly twice and missed Origin Pulse. So we've won one because of an Origin Pulse miss on the right Pokemon. Or just a miss in general. Which is nice. Considering the other day I lost a game against one Zekrom. Took out 3 of my Mons, and Groudon just had to hit Precipice Blades against it once. Missed twice in a row. So there was a Kali Ice and Ninetales lead. I think the turn where I sent out Groudon, I should have targeted the Calyrex instead. Because Ninetales isn't doing there. It's got Protect and Aura Veil. I imagine it's got an attacking move. Maybe Icy Wind or Blizzard. And if they're running Hypnosis, then good luck. Here we go. So this is Charizard. So I like this with Zekrom does have Shadow Claw. You could also lead Whimsicott and Charizard. Whimsicott Kyogre as well. Does Megana do anything here? Don't think so. So we have Ogre, and then Xerneas does alright. We'll go. Oh, sorry, Zekrom does okay, but we'll go Xerneas. See how things go. That game, Xerneas led into their Groudon. The damage from Horn Leech was kinda underwhelming. If you had max Steel Spike, you could lead it and always go first against max Groudon. Although then you've got Zacian staring you down. But we do survive with 60 IVs. Okay, so they've gone Groudon. They've got Zacian in the back. Who do you bring here? Zacian. You've brought Groudon. Do you bring Charizard? I don't think so. I'd imagine it's Kyogre Although maybe it's Lunala actually. So we'll go Force Palm into Don and Precipice Blades. Okay, no Dynamax. They're probably going for Moonblast, Energy Ball. Don't get the power. Okay, we avoid. They're faster. Do we connect? Wait, something avoids. Whimsicott. See, that's how it should be. Both miss. So another one does. We'll go Shadow Sneak and Fire Punch. Do they go for Tailwind? Wow, that did no damage. That did 0 damage. Are they going for Press Plates? So I imagine they're Scarfed. Force Palm is 60, so 90. Shadow Sneak is 40, so 60. So I could have Fire... Well, if Precipice Blades connects, that might put them in range anyway. So they've got Tailwind, they've got Ogre and Lunala. So I've got Ogre and Xerneas. I think... Okay. Xerneas. So they've got Energy Ball, so we'll go Xerneas. They really went for it, didn't they? We'll go for... Do we need to max? Go for Max Rock. Don't even know if this picks up. And... I don't think there's any way I can win this, actually. Precipice Blades. Maybe I needed to Fire Punch Whimsicott turn 1. But then if they don't miss, then I don't get it either. I wonder how much... I think Precipice Blades does about 60, 55 to Whimsicott. And I wonder if that's enough to put it in range. Are they going to miss? Wow. So this will be a double. So I can now switch Groudon out. So that's 2 turns of Tailwind. There are 2 more to go. So I've got to stall this coming turn and the next one until my Ogre's faster. Charizard. They don't have Sun. What's this? Zacian. Okay. So this is max Charizard, I imagine. Ogre beats Zacian. They don't know I'm buried. So we go Max Rock into Charizard and Precipice Blades. Yeah. I could also switch Groudon into Ogre. I don't know how I feel about that one. Behemoth Blade will do about 80 to 90 damage on Xerneas. And if they don't target Groudon, then it sticks around. Just have to connect Precipice Blades, basically. Who do they target? Blade into Xern. See how much this does. Please don't crit so I can see. Yep, about 80 to 90. Wildfire into Groudon. So I imagine this picks up the knockout. It's Life Orb. Yeah. So Zacian has to click Flare Off. Can also protect. Oh, that's interesting. So it can protect here, and Xerneas goes down. And then Ogre comes out. Fastest thing. So it depends if they want to play, how they want to play this. Just check they don't have Tailwind. One turn. Okay. So I'll go Max Knuckle. If they target Kyogre, Water Spout won't do much damage. But will it get it the next turn? Or I click Origin Pulse and risk missing. I'm going to bank on them protecting. Yeah. So this should be single target Water Spout in the rain. This is a little bit of chip. Although I'm going to take fire damage, aren't I? $175, $149. Xerneas goes down. Maybe Origin Pulse was necessary. It's just about this. Okay. They can also get a double as well. This should still be doing more than Origin Pulse. I think it's about... Oh, okay. That should be game, man. Yeah. I mean, do you want to rely on Origin Pulse connecting? Lose a game because you miss, or the Zacian has quick attack? Does single target Origin Pulse get the knockout anyway? I don't think so. Maybe it does. But if they weren't quick attack, then it'll be game over. I don't think I want to miss Origin Pulse. Maybe I have to. I called the protect. If they're not quick attack, then Water Spout wins the game. Maybe just assume every Zacian now has quick attack. Zacian. Close combat and quick attack. I think close combat would have knocked out Ogre as well. So I mean, they didn't really need to protect. That was a very greedy play. AV Groudon. It was AV. Oops. Fire Punch. I don't know why they clicked Heavy Slam. I mean, that game, we're all clicking Precious Blades, Origin Pulse. We both missed turn 1. Maybe it's worth it going for Origin Pulse. I don't think it knocks out Zacian though. It's 110 versus 150. That 150 gets reduced to about 130. Multiply that by 1.5, 1.5. Yeah, maybe Origin Pulse is better. But yeah, like I said, I think I'd much prefer to bank on them not having quick attack than relying on Origin Pulse. So they've got Prankster Copycat Trick Room. They've got Regieleki. Do they want to click Trick Room? What else does that cat do? Fake Tears. Okay, so Megaina's pretty good here. Groudon's pretty good. Could also go Kyogre. Could go Kyogre. Doesn't really work against most of their stuff though. We'll go Marshadow. And what's good into a Lecky here? Xerneas kind of does stuff. We'll go Zekrom. What a punk. Zacian and Eleki. Okay. So this could be Volt Switch into Yveltal. It could be screens. If they go for screens, then Megaina gets Trick Room. They've got Ogre and Dialga. So I'm happy clicking Trick Room. And Precipice Blades. I just have to connect, like always. So if this is a defensive Eleki. Okay, so they'll prevent Trick Room, although Groudon gets free Precipice Blades here. I think this, yeah, definitely knocks it out. Screech Eleki is interesting. If this was Sash, it doesn't work. So that's a bit risky. Do I connect Precipice Blades? No. I think it's about 70 to 30 against Precipice Blades connecting, which is pretty unfortunate. So let's assume they've got Ogre. Then they can Water Spout and go into Zekrom. And if I go Marshadow, yeah, I'll go Marshadow. I think if I connected there, it's Zacian's in range of Shadow Sneak. So Marshadow comes out, Kyogre comes out. Here, what do I want to do? If they're Scarfed, then they're staying small. So I'm going to Spectral Thief that and switch Groudon into Zekrom. I think probably Zacian wants to protect or Behemoth Blade the Groudon slot. Yep, so they're Scarfed. And is the Zacian targeting Marshadow? They're slow Zacian. See, if I connected first turn, then they don't have Zacian. Who's this into? Zekrom. It's resisted, yep. So we know Ogre's Scarfed. I've got Groudon. Shadow Sneak doesn't pick up the Zacian, so we Shadow Sneak that, and what do they have? So they just stay in Water Spout and a fighting move Zekrom. So we go like this. How much does it do? +1? 50%. Spout. Zekrom survives. If Zacian had been hit turn 1, then it wouldn't be here. They can miss, they don't. So I go Groudon. I think I have to stay small. Restless Blades. Their last one's probably, I think they had Yveltal. Yeah. They've got Yveltal and Dialga. If you bring Ogre, maybe it is Dialga. Just go like this. They could stay in Behemoth Blade. I don't think you lose much. It feels so bad losing because of Precious Blades. If only Groudon got something like Water Spout. It gets Eruption. If it got Eruption, it gets the Eruption. It's not even a fire type, and it's a physical attacker. So it would be good if Kyogre got a 150 base power spread ground move that was physical. Kind of unfair. It's actually amazing that Groudon is so reliably on teams as opposed to Kyogre, because Kyogre gets a stab move that's 100% accurate and 150 base power on its special side stab, and you'd think Groudon that doesn't get a stab spread move, let alone 100%, doesn't get a 100% stab move on a physical side, you would see much less of it. But it's actually pretty 50-50. I should have a counter for games won and lost from 85% accurate move misses. I think it's about, they missed Origin Pulse, they missed Restless Blades. I can't remember if I won that one. Anyway, so Megaina and Dual Weather with Zacian. They don't. Oh, they do. They do have Fake Out. So I'm gonna go. Megaina. Groudon. We go Megaina and Xerneas, actually. Screw it. Just do the normal thing. Zod. Zacian and Kyogre. So we'll see whose rain goes up first. I do also have Groudon in the back. I think when we saw a Kyogre and Cali team. Okay, so they are scarfed as well. So we'll go Trick Room and switch into Groudon. Can this pick up the knockout? Maybe if they max. So this is going to do about 40 to Groudon. It's about, how much does it do to Nagina? I don't think that's in range. Play rough. So they were never going to prevent Trick Room. Okay. They are scarfed Ogre. I think max steel into this is always safe, and Precipice Blades as well. Do they have flying? No. So they've got Nagina. Just have to hit my moves pretty much. Could also max Groudon here as well, but this feels okay. So they also could max Kyogre, which is kind of what I do. If they max Kyogre and I miss Precipice Blades, then it gets pretty messy. They are staying in though, so that probably means they're maxing. Yep. I don't think you can pick up the knockout. AV in the sun. Does Zacian protect? Probably. If it's scarfed max speed, Zacian protects, yeah. So that was a wasted Precipice Blades, but we'll see if we connect on the Ogre. Steel Spike comes out. So we go to +1 defense. Do we connect on the Kyogre? Protect. We do connect. Very nice damage. Hailstorm. I wonder if that picks it up. AV. So when I used Max Hail against a Groudon, it did 1/10 damage. That did, what's that, 60? 30% damage. AV. Interesting. They also got rid of Sun. I wonder if that was damage roll. We've got Marshadow and Kyogre. So Marshadow should be faster than Zacian, unless it's a slow Zacian. So I'm going to go max Star for that, and I could Shadow Sneak Kyogre and also Starfall it. And then Marshadow goes down. Depends who they target. Does Zacian protect? Withdraws. Okay. I don't think this will be enough. No, it won't be. I wonder how close that Max Hailstorm roll was. AV Groudon. They're probably timid 252. And they're going to Magina. So they're changing the weather. My Shadow's Sash stays. We'll go... I mean, they can switch that again. And Shadow Sneak. I think it's probably Sash on Zerora. Zerora? Zer-Aor? Zarshan? Okay. So they're trying to stall out my Trick Room. So I could have gone double into Zeraora. No, okay. Double switch. Groudon comes in. So this is taking +1 fairy. Shadow Sneak. And Stuffle, +1. How much does this do? Not enough. So there should be 1 turn of Trick Room left. Okay. So I'm going to Flash Cannon that and Shadow Sneak that. Zarshan protects. Should have seen that. Does this KO? Do they connect? Yep. Are they slowization? I think that's what I have to bet on. Still would have gotten the Groudon there. What is this person doing? Now they're faster. Who's this into? What could I have done? They protected twice on Zarshan. I've still got a Pokemon. Uh-oh. Trick Room's over. Whoops. And they've got Groudon. Why did I forget I had a Pokemon? Go Origin Pulse here. And Shadow Sneak. If they fake out Ogre Water Spout, then they don't know I'm Scarfed, although they're Scarfed, aren't they? I'm just gonna... I'll go for Origin Pulse, I suppose. Is this fake out? No. What is this person doing? Shadow Snake. Don't think this knocks out anymore. Oh, actually it might. We double connect. Should be double KO. Yep. What a throw. Well, my opponent did everything they could to give it to me. Did they forget that my Koga was faster than the Zacian. We both saw the weathers go off first turn before the Zacian got its attack thing. But I'll take it. So if you know my Koga's Scarfed, you just fake it out and Origin Pulse. Although if I Shadow Sneak the Kyogre, then the next turn you have Groudon. Depends if Zero's Scarfed. Sashed. Because if it's Sashed, the next turn I can't pick up a double. I mean, even if I knock out Kyogre, Groudon comes in, my Ogre's faster, so I can Shadow Sneak and Origin the Zeraora, and I'm faster than Groudon. But I think that's probably better. Did I miss Precipice Blades turn 1? I think so. No, we both led Ogre. That was the game before. Whoops. So far, Xerneas has been terrible. I think maybe something like Yveltal would be better. Maybe even Gastrodon. So we've got Gastro, Landorus, Ho-Ho, Dialga, and Yveltal. So Marshadow. I could also go Ogre. What's wrong with Ogre here? Weakness policy on Ho-Ho. I think I still pick it up, even intimidated. Xerneas is good here as well. I could even lead Xerneas into this. I don't mind that. Groudon in the back. And who do we want here? I think you gotta bring Ogre. So if they lead Ho-Ho, it's good. Please lead Ho-Ho. Thank you. Xerneas, okay. Who do they want to max here? I think they lean more towards maxing Dialga. So I'm going to Rock Tomb. The question is, do I need 2 max? And I think the answer is yes. So we'll go max rock into that. This feels very strange. So none of us switch. I think, what do you do? I think you max Dialga here to get rid of Xerneas. What does Ho-Ho though? What does Ho-Ho do though? if Ho-Ho gets big and Dialga's Trick Rooms, that's a possibility as well. Pokeball. So this is Dialga. Okay, so Ho-Ho could protect here as well. They're not going to get Trick Room. They're not expecting physical rock from Yveltal. Is this protect? No. So Ho-Ho goes all the way down. Unfortunately, I've blown my Dynamax. I suppose if I expected Dialga to max there, then maxing Xerneas doesn't make much sense. So I'll break my Sash as well. This should do 70, 80. Depends if they're life orb. Wow, okay. So Zacian does 80 to 90% with the berry. Dialga does about 40, 35% with the berry. Just kind of shows how ridiculous Zacian is. Okay, so Landorus comes out. We get intimidated. I'm faster than their Dialga. They could also be scarfed weakness policy sort of thing. And their last is, I'm going to guess, Gastrodon. What gets me the most here? I should be faster than Landorus if it isn't scarfed. So I can Rock Tomb it and Max Fairy it. I think that is the play. This could be a bait as well. I don't think this knocks out, unfortunately. Need a crit. I wonder if this is that a crit? That looks like a crit. Yeah. I think crits need to be looked at. They're so unfair. And there's no play that you can use to get around it. So Xerneas goes down. They're at +2 defense. They're not life orb. So there could be the dragon orb, or they could be policy. And we've got late game ogre. +2. So I can steal their boosts. So I can bring out ogre, steal their boosts. If it's Gastrodon, then if it's Gastrodon, if it's Yveltal, that's what I'm concerned about. What's better here? I'll go Groudon. This is one more turn of Max left as well. I think this will be Gastro. Yeah. It depends if the Dialga wants to protect here. But I'm going to steal their defense boosts. And Precipice Blades. Okay. So I go to +2. No damage. I'm faster than the Dialga. Is it weakness policy? No. So it's Wormwood. This is probably into Marshadow. Survives. Might even survive Gastro here as well. Who are they going to yawn? Recover. I don't think... No. So I've stolen their boosts. They're not policy. So Gastro is the focus now. What's Gastro on? Didn't get anything. They dragon then. So I'll force palm that and press explodes. Okay, I think I would have played that out. I think Precious Blades is always a way out. Always. I'm at -1 and I don't know what my last is. It's either probably Zekrom or Bangina or Ogre, which Gastro has a favourable matchup into. But probably pretty hard, definitely, to come back from that. I wonder if the Dialga had Protect as well. Probably would have been worth going for that. We'll have a look where we are. I don't think the Xerneas has been living up to expectations. I'd like to try Yveltal. So I'll back out, and when I come back, I'll set up Yveltal and see how that goes. So I'll be right back. to here. I managed to spill coffee everywhere, which is great. Nothing like milk going everywhere. Okay. What were we doing? This. Uh-oh. It was Xerneas, wasn't it? So Xerneas, it's too hard. I'd love physical Xerneas to thrive, but Zarshan says no. How's this thing trained? Okay, so it needs attack. The surprise factor with Max Rock into Ho-Ho and Charizard, and also the grass into Gastro are so tempting, but it's always in the Sun teams. Zarshan tends to be in the back, which is where you'll be bringing out Xerneas and against excuse me, against Ho-Ho, Groudon kinda goes hard anyway. Although you kinda know what happens. You kinda know what Groudon's gonna do. What am I doing? Select. Yep. So this Yveltal, I think, is the one that came across from Pokemon X or Y. I think it was one of the ones that I grabbed. I think it was the day before the my Pokemon bank was going to run out, but I didn't know that. So I had gotten a lot of Pokemon ready, or was in the process of it, thinking I had plenty of time, and that when the subscription expired, I'd just be able to use it for free. That's not the case. But I think it was this Yveltal came across from Y, I think, or it either was a Ultra Sun wormhole. Carlos. So yeah, I was trying to get the footprint ribbon on all the restricteds, but you've got to level up. I think it's 40 levels. You've got to, from the level that you got a Pokemon in Sun and Moon, you've got to have gone up 40 levels to get the ribbon. And so if you're bringing a restricted that's over 60, you can't actually get it, and all the others takes ages to chancy train SOS battles to get the XP. So I kind of got lax on the ones that were starting low. I was the this Groudon on the team, I think it's come from Diamond, or maybe even Emerald, if I can find it. Where is it? Hoenn. So I believe, yep, it's come from Hoenn, and it's got the legend ribbon, which means it's come from Emerald. So I could have gotten a whole lot of ribbons on it, but I only got the legend one. What's that from? I'm not sure which league that's from. But it's Groudon the Legendary. And Yveltal the Strutter. Anyway. So we'll run, I'd like to run Adamant Nature on Yveltal. It is a modest one at the moment, so we'll switch that up. Where are you? Adamant. See, the reason you want to run max speed on your Yveltal is basically you get airstreams up as a form of speed control. But I don't think Yveltal's going to be my main max option. So I'm more leaning towards stab, sucker punch, and foul play. I think that's the way I'm going to go. Does it have IVs? I don't think so. It does. Max HP. Okay. Is it worth switching that up? I'll definitely give it max attack, but I would have liked some defense as well. Is that worth it? Let's have a look. So I give it attack. Protein. Gotta get some more. It's a never-ending cycle. Getting the minerals and then needing battle points. So then playing ranked to get battle points so you can get minerals or vitamins, not minerals. What's the difference between a vitamin and a mineral? A mineral is kind of like rocks. I don't know what vitamins are. 20, 30. Yes. Thank you. So we'll just stay at 252, 252 HP and attack. I think. Depends how many. Hang on. It does. Maybe it's worth cleaning it. What's going to be hitting it? Ogre. It kind of wins with Sucker Punch. Sation, I don't think it ever wins. Although, if you can survive one, get a foul play off. Maybe. Where are we? Groudon can hit it with Stone Edge or Rock Slide. Kali can't really hit it. Yveltal, Kali Ice is a big one. Dialga as well. And the dragons. So you're not winning against Zekrom. Yes, thank you. Okay. Where's that thing? Thank you. I'll probably get the calculator up. Usually it's about 100 into or 180 into the defensive stat and the remainder into HP. But Yveltal's got a pretty high base HP stat, so maybe it's worth putting it into defense instead. So we'll save before we do anything that can screw it up. And then here we go. So 25 of that. Oops. And this. There we go. Turn that down. Okay. What is Yveltal's base stat? Come over here. Yveltal is 98 special defense. And we go Zarshan. Zarshan's the benchmark. 50. Whoops. Ah. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay. So Behemoth Blade. So a 252 Zarshan Jolly does 96 up to 96% against Yveltal. A non-super effective move does 96% damage against something that's got a base HP of 126 and defense of 95. Does almost all of its health. Is that a bit crazy? If it's adamantization, then it's got a 90, 205, 106% chance of knocking it out. That's absolutely terrifying. So if we go 60, so it'll be the same as Xerneas. What's that? 252 minus 60 is 192. So that goes to 225. If we run it the other way, it goes 60 HP. 192 defense. Doesn't make much difference. So maybe you just accept Zarshan's ridiculous. You go 252 attack. You run. It's 192. Let's go 100. Gets 128. '96 gets 127. So 100 and 92 gets 130. 88 gets 129. 84 gets 129 as well. 84 there. Is it worth running some in speed? Probably not. May as well. Okay, so go back to this. So that was 60 health. Up. 60. 100 defense. Oops. 100 there. And what was... I always screw this up. 60, 100, 84 special defense. Okay. How many feathers do I have? Not enough. Not enough. So I'll just use this. Okay. Bugger. See, I just screwed it up. Didn't put the extra 2 into attack, I don't think. Did I? I did. Cool. Okay, so we'll save that. give it its moves. I'm not sure what it has at the moment. I don't even know if it has the Gala mark. So we want foul play. Foul play. We want Sucker Punch. Does it learn that naturally? Yep. Rock Slide. And I'm not sure what the fourth is. I'm not even sure what it gets. It gets Dragon Rush. It gets Phantom Force. Wow. So you could run Snarl, you could run Taunt. I think you want a flying move. We've got Sky Attack. I think Dual Wing Beat is better. Let's have a look what it gets. Oh, I've got to get Rock Slide as well, don't I? So let's have a look. Yveltal. Been trying to get shiny Yveltal for so long. So it gets Steel Wing, Rock Slide, gets Acrobatics. It gets Dragon Claw. So it gets Special Fire, Physical Bug, which I think is U-turn. Is it U-turn? Doesn't look like it. No, it is. Yep. It gets Physical Rock. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't really get much. So we'll give it Dual Wing Beat, keeping in line with our inaccurate moves. And we'll give it Rock Slide as well. So I'll come back to here. So I have to go back to the Isle of Armor. God, it takes long to set things up. Go across here. Yes, please. Oops. I wonder if these moves are going to be in the next game. Especially things like Grassy Glide and Expanding Force. Coaching was as well. This one. Actually, this one. So that's what? Second turn attack. Okay, so it's like Solar Beam. I thought it was like Giga Impact, where you had to recharge. I actually want to check Victini as well, because I never learnt if he creates special or physical. It's physical. Okay. So Rock Slide as well. Rock Slide. Nope. And have to PP up the Sucker Punch. Okay. Go like that. And this one. doesn't have Dynamax candies, does it? Does it? How do you tell? No. Oh my god. We're probably never going to be able to use restricteds again. Anyway, Sword and Shield's almost over. No point keeping the resources. Go here. The one battle item resource that I always run out of is Dynamax candies. And extra large XP candies. Thank you. Love that Sableye. Such a cool Pokemon. And I gotta connect to the internet. I think probably a more reliable 6th Pokemon would be Grimmsnarl. I did try it for one game and misplayed with it, but blamed it for the loss, so I never had on the team again. Nope. Yep. Whoops. Oops. Okay. And an item as well. I think we just give it Life Orb. Life Orb? Life Orb. Life Orb, there you are. Okay, so that's doing a lot of damage. It is Adamant. It is moved, EV'd, IV'd, and Candied. So we'll go here, here, done. Save. The amount of time it takes to set up one Pokemon. Oops. See, I didn't want to scare away the Cali Shadows that Cali Shadow leads, because it makes Scarf to Ogre work a bit better. But I don't know what restricted you could use that would not scare away Cali, but not invite the guess about if it's going to be Groudon or Kyogre. I was just thinking about Ho-Ho, which is something I've wanted to use as well. But it kind of, I mean, it resists Zacian. It's good into Amoonguss. What's it weak to? It's weak to Groudon. Yeah, it's weak to Intimidate. I think Ho-Ho would work nicely on this team though. But I think Prankster is probably the way to go. So probably Grimmsnarl. It's nice being a dark type. So Incin, Grimmsnarl, Sableye. But then what kind of Grim do you want to in? Because if you look at this team with Marshadow, it could be the Swagger Grim. Scarfed Marshadow Swagger Grim is actually something I have not come across, which was like a huge thing at the beginning. I've not come across Mew either, Transform Mew. It's all been pretty like Groudon, Kyogre, Yveltal on most teams. And we've only got one of those on this team. So they've got Melmetal. Are they Trick Room? Trick Room for Melmetal. So they might lead. I mean, they can lead Wide Guard. So Yveltal actually goes pretty well here. I don't mind Yveltal and Ogre, and then switch into Groudon if they threaten. Although, is Trick Room worth it? I could also go Yveltal and Ogre. Which might not be that bad. But we'll go Groudon. I do like Marshadow. I mean, Yveltal just wins against Solgaleo, so maybe I should lean into that. This is kind of the team you want to verse first off with Yveltal. They've got Callie and Sol, and I haven't brought Yveltal. But we'll see how things go. So I threaten Yveltal, and they lead Calyrex and Solgaleo. Okay. So they can wide guard here. If they wide guard and Astral, and I Trick Room, then I get Trick Room. If they max, you know, I've done it the whole time, so I'm going to do it again. See if they wide guard. What else could they do? They could imprison and attack with Soul, but then you're only targeting one. Yeah. Imagine if I'd led Yveltal. If I lead Yveltal, then I can always easily foul play the Soul. So I could have led what threatens? Groudon and Yveltal. Doesn't seem too bad. So they're not wide guarding again. So both of the Soul Callie leads we've led have max turn 1. I get that off. Okay, so it's weakness policy. I don't think this picks up the KO because I am buried, but we'll see. This should be Quake into Megina, which means I go to +1 special defense. Although I won't be able to get the berry, so this will knock out. But that's okay, kind of, because I am faster. So I can go Marshadow here and threaten Soul. Was that Bulldoze? Yep, okay. So they can protect Soul, Bulldoze. But then I can sneak the following turn. I could also go Groudon, max Groudon. I kind of like Marshadow. It forces them to Bulldoze. Okay, so let's say they do Bulldoze and protect. Then the following turn, I lose Marshadow, but their max is over, and they haven't touched Ogre. So I expect them to whatchamacallit? Although so I can Shadow Sneak the Kelly and Water Spout again. That covers, although I'll knock it out. I'm gonna Shadow Sneak that and Spout. I think that's right. Because now Kyogre's slower. Okay, so I could have just Shadow Sneaked. So they've got a max strike here. Spout comes out. Still does good damage. Lightning to Ogre. So I lose Ogre. So they can ally switch next turn. Their max is over. Was that right? I mean, the play that makes sense there for me is Kali's faster than my Koga, which means it's faster than my Shadow. So they can just bulldoze and attack it. So my play covers for them doing that, and they don't get bulldoze. So what did they have? They had Kali and Ogre, probably. So I'm going to assume. What are they? They're +1 defense, so I'm not going to knock it out. I think this is ally switch, but I'm going to go for this anyway, because last time I didn't. I'm going to... Who do I want to max Quake? This one, I think. If they don't ally switch, then I should get this. If they do, then they've got to use a max Rockfall to pick up the KO. But I think this is ally switch. So Soul should do a decent chunk. Oh, they don't. Okay. So what's this from the Porygon? Foul play, maybe? So Soul goes down. I'm at +2, +1 defense, +1 special. I wonder how much this does. P2. Ridiculous. Okay. Is this Trick Room? Foul play? Recover. How much was it before that? I think it was about that. So they have Kali, and they've got probably Ogre. It's Bulldoze. It's not Scarf. Do I want to read them protecting? I think I go like that. And like that. Then I always pick up Kali. Okay. See how much of a damage roll this was. Quake comes out. That's crazy. This is adamant max attack Groudon. Can't even do half to a Porygon. Okay, Trick Room. I've still got one turn of Dynamax. I keep catching myself because there's an Echo. Melmetal. Okay, so they can pick up the double on Marshadow, but they've got to double into it. So I'm gonna Force Palm that, and so Groudon should go first. Gonna just double up on the Porygon. They can't get a freeze. They can't pick up a double. Which means I get the Porygon and get Melmetal. Although, if they are Weakness Policy, this is not good. Are they Weakness Policy? I imagine they are, but that does an incredible amount of damage. That was only +2. I thought Melmetal had pretty big standard defense. I think they should have gone for Trick Room a bit earlier when the Soul was out. And they didn't really have anything for Yveltal. If I just led Yveltal, what are they going to do? They can't bulldoze. I think Foul Play probably gets... What you could also do is lead Marshadow and Yveltal. Shadow Sneak the Soul and then Foul Play. Because you're always guaranteed to knock it out. Was there any reason for me not to bring Yveltal? Ogre. It's just I haven't used it, so I was a bit hesitant, I think. What just happened? Continue. Try not to let my coffee get too cold. Oh, that's 106 games. Wow. I just looked and it was like 96 or something. Played 12 games. It's gone by pretty quick. So with the grand finale tournament, I think people on Showdown probably might start to experiment. And I'd love to know what's the trending sort of team. Because it's 6v6 and you can have 6 Kyogres. So would a team of 6 Kyogres always beat a team of 6 Groudons? You'd think so. I mean, you can have all of them being scarfed as well. Sableye. Okay. What is Sableye doing on this team? I imagine it's got Wisp, Quash, Fake Out. Does it have Eject Pack? That's the question. I'm going to lean into Kyogre, and is there a reason for me not to go with Groudon? The Wisp potential. I could go Groudon. I kind of want Ogre. I think they'll lead with Sableye. I'm going to go for it. And probably Marshadow. Did I get it? So what am I expecting here? Sableye and Ogre or Ilecky? I think they expect me to lead with Groudon. But we'll see. I'm about 30% right with these kind of predictions. Okay, so it's Sableye and Callie. So they can only fake out one. They can also taunt. And they can eject back. They think they're faster. So, and they probably think Ogre probably wants to Dynamax here. They could be Scarfed Callie and go for Snarl. I'm going to get greedy and go for... Well, let's have a look at the back. Okay, so... Magina's really only good into Yveltal. I don't mind getting taunted, I don't think. I'm going to go for Trick Room and See, what they could do is quash Ogre next turn. But we'll see what happens. So this is probably into Magina. Yep. I imagine this picks up the knockout on Sableye. Which one's sashed? Sableye. Okay. So I got a +1. They've revealed Fake Out. So if they're clicking Fake Out, they probably don't have Taunt. They don't know what I went for. They know I'm Scarfed. So what comes out? Yveltal. Okay. I'd imagine it's Sashin. Sashin? I'd imagine. So I can max Fairy here. Or I can max Hail. So what I'm going to do is Trick Room and max Ogre. Is it worth it? Max Lightning. Max Hail. Yep. We'll see how we go. Okay. Not a happy chappy. See, I could have led Groudon, but then the game wouldn't have been over turn 1. What were they? So they're Adamant 252. What? Did that double click? Bugger. Put the ribbon on. Where are we? I would have liked to see in their team. Bugger. The ribbon's on. Ribbon's on. Okay. There it is. Legendary. The living legend. Should we do one more? Yep. Okay. So what did they lead? Sableye and Callie. How does that cover for Ogre and Yveltal? What do I expect here? Could go Groudon and Marshadow. I imagine they go Whimsicott and Calyrex. And then try and burn the Groudon. They could also go something like Groudonization. They could go Charizardization. I'm going to go like this. And that. And that. So we're going to try Yveltal here. No Magina. No Zekrom. So no Trick Room. I don't think they had Grim. They have Zama. So really their stall, excuse me, or their slowdown is Snarl, Wisp, and Zama. So if I'd played Ogre here, would be in a fantastic position. So Marshadow threatens Kali. Groudon threatens Zacian. They don't have a switch. Oh, they've got Charizard. So who have you got in the back? Groudon and Charizard, probably. If I go for Spectral Thief into Zacian and they don't respect Shadow Snake. Okay, I'll go for like that. And this is kind of risky. So they're maxing Kali. That's interesting. I wonder if they've got Charizard in the back. I think if you're maxing Kali, probably not. So this might be something like max Ghost into Behemoth Blade. And that probably picks up the knockout, I'd imagine, into Groudon. But then if you're doing that, Marshadow's taken no damage. And I did bring Ogre, so I've just got to break the sash on Kali and then do some damage to Zacian. So I wasn't expecting that. Huge damage. It should be into Groudon. No, okay. So this is probably a double up into Marshadow. Or are they subbing? Defense goes down. Blade into Groudon. I don't think this picks it up. Groudon. Holy shit. That's Groudon. I am shocked. I'd love to see the damage calc for that. Okay, so they can switch here into Groudon. I'm threatening Kali. They don't know I'm Scarfed. So I'm going to go for Shadow Sneak here into Zacian and Water Spout. I think Kali should still go down. Kali retreats actually. So this is Groudon. This should still do about 50%. And in the back I've got Yveltal. So Shadow Sneak into that. This will do about 50 to Groudon. Probably the same to Zacian. Bulky. I'm absolutely shocked by that damage roll. I think my Groudon is max attack and it's got a lot of HP and a bit of defense. And Behemoth Blade just one shot at -1. That's crazy. That actually is crazy. Life Orb Foul Play doesn't pick up the knockout into either, probably. I could crit, I suppose. We know they've got Kali. This is Solar Blade Zacian. I think I'm gonna go like this and just pray. That's Life Orb Adamant Yveltal. So Yveltal hangs on. Is this Rock Slide? Does it connect? Yeah. That was a painful game. Very painful. Gonna run that calc now. So we'll assume that they're Adamant 252 and I am a Groudon. Watch coming up. Where are we? 50. If they don't one-shot there, then Kelly's dead. They have to bring in the next one. Let's have a look at my spread. Groudon. Check summary. Yeah, look how much HP I've got. So I'll put the numbers in. So that's 387 and 322. So here we go. So that's 184 EVs into HP. And what was the other one? 322. So 24 into defense. Okay. So we'll set that to 50. Dynamax, full HP, and -1 defense. So a Behemoth Blade from Adamant Zacian into a -1 defense Groudon who has 184 HP EVs and is Dynamax does 97 to 114% damage. Is that crazy? Is there any way Groudon could survive? I'm shocked. Let's have a look at Jolly. So a Jolly 252 attack Zacian does 88 to 104 into max Groudon at -1 defense. I reckon they're probably Adamant. So there was a 18.7% chance I survive. Wow. So that's slightly better odds than connecting Precious Blades. I'll take that. That's nuts. Did I get anything from Groudon? No. Staying small was the way to go. And I brought Yveltal. So let's just play that back. They switched to Groudon on Kelly. And I went for Shadow Sneak and Water Spout into Zacian. So if they had switched to Groudon and I went Spectral Thief, I still don't think that knocks out Zacian. I've lost Ogre and Groudon, and now they've got, we know, at least a Kelly. I can't remember what their last were. Was it Ogre? Did they have an Ogre? I don't think so. So I imagine Sucker Punch. Well, I've got Marshadow for Kelly, and so Yveltal isn't max speed. So if Groudon is, then I don't think it picks up Yveltal. Yveltal picks up Groudon. Yeah, I think turn 1 sealed it. That's good to know. I did not expect Zacian to be able to KO full HP Dynamax Groudon with 180 plus HP EVs, full health, at -1. That's crazy. If I'd crit with Marshadow, assume they're sashed, still the same thing. If I stay small, then I've got Dynamax Yveltal. So Zacian just wins. That's nuts. Anyway. So same kind of thing. I'd expect them to lead Grim. Maybe they go very safe. Go Incin, Grim. I could go Marshadow and Yveltal. I could go Magina. Does setting up Trick Room help me here? Into Gastro, no. Into Incin, no. Going to go like this, like that, and like that. Maybe having Grim fake out. Then Callie can never pick up the knockout on Magina. Can always get up Trick Room, and then Grim can have foul play. That might be the way to go. So they've gone super offensive. Do they play passively with Charizard? So what they can do here is protect Charizard and max Groudon. Or Charizard could be scarfed. They can switch in. I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go Rock Tomb and max this. Max Rockfall. That. Maybe they expect this. Nope. So this comes down to whether or not Rock Tomb connects, and I hope I don't speak that into existence. They could protect as well. I wonder if Rock Tomb and Rock Slide pick up the KO. You're always going to risk missing in that situation anyway. The other thing is, does Timid Charizard at -1 outspeed this Groudon? So we connect. We'll find out. So Marshadow could go down here. They pelt their policy. So probably, okay, something misses. How much does this do? Okay, so Marshadow's going to stick around. They lose their Dynamax. Groudon takes no damage. Their Groudon is quicker. if this is Zarshan coming in, then I probably go for Rock Tomb into Groudon and Max Quake Zarshan. Does that work? I think they probably have Gastro, but they do bring out Zarshan. So they're either going to give up their Zarshan, or Groudon's going to go be slower. So I'm going to go for Rock Tomb into Groudon to be faster, and Max Quake into Zarshan. They can protect and go for Precious Blades, but they don't. So this is probably into Groudon. That's ridiculous. So Rock Tomb comes out. Groudon's now slower. Quake into Zarshan. Did that pick it up? Yep. So hard to tell sometimes. And Precious Blades, double connect. Groudon survives. They're now slower. They can't switch. They can't get weather. I think Ogre. And I'm imagining this is Gastro. So I could Max Quake Gastro and Foul Play Groudon. Does that work? I'm just going to go for it. And then Ogre comes in to clean up. So it is Gastro. So we'll go for Quake. We can also Quake the Groudon as well. I wonder how much Foul Play does to the Groudon. I'm going to Foul Play the Groudon and Max Quake the Gastro. And then Ogre can come in. So Gastro protects, that's okay. It can only hit one of these two mons. Yveltal will get +1 special. Are they going to go for a rock move or ground? They go for ground. Groudon should die. Yep. So we can Foul Play the Groudon and Ice Beam the Gastro. And I've got dual Wing Beak. So this isn't over, but Foul Play is not going to do anything into Gastro. Yveltal is at +1 special defense, I think. So Scold's still going to do some damage. So it is Foul Play into Groudon and Ice Beam into Gastro. This should do, I'd say, a 5th. Ice Beam comes out. Yeah, about a 5th. And this is probably Yawn. Yawn protect. But who do they yawn? It's Ice Beam. So going for freeze. Do they get it? No. Does Foul Play do more than Dual Wing Beat? Dual Wing Beat is 40, so 80. but I don't think Gastro's got much attack. So I'll dual wing beat and ice beam. Or maybe foul play is better. I'm not sure what Gastro's attack stack is. See how much this does. Okay, more than enough. So Zarshan is just crazy. Just crazy. I think Charizard players, the ones I've played, have much better success if they kind of play more passively turn 1 with Charizard. Because Charizard, especially if it's weak in a spell C, so say if they protected, then Rock Tomb doesn't knock out. And I've set Sandstorm. So you could always switch into Zarshan or Gastro next turn and max Groudon. And then Marshadow can get taken down, and then does Ogre win from there? Yeah. I think passive play or cautious play from Charizard, but a lot of them see no Ogre and just go Zoom. I think that's about where we started, so probably a good place to leave it as well. It's I think Yveltal just is generally stronger typing wise, and especially being immune kinda to Groudon and Prankster is just better generally than Yveltal. Than Xerneas. It's like with the Groudon Kyogre, it's kind of, I'd say 55-45 Kyogre Groudon, and Yveltal is kind of 90-10 Xerneas, whereas in the past Xerneas was kind of the other way around. So Yveltal is having a time to shine, and I think this is actually just then was the first time I've used it, so it's not something that I'm very familiar with, but it just hit trucks. It hits like a truck, especially as I played Solgaleo a lot of Series 12, and Yveltal was just nuts. It outspeeds, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's kind of scarred me. But I think that's gonna about do it for me today. So thank you for watching. If you have watched it all the way to here, congratulations. But that's me. So enjoy the rest of your day or evening, wherever you are, and goodbye.